Nice to meet you.
I'm Chris Guerra. I work for Enterprise Mobility. We actually just changed our name recently from Enterprise Holdings to Enterprise Mobility. We have 9 business lines. It's under the umbrella of Enterprise Rent-A-Car. I'm a district manager for the West Island, Montreal, so I oversee 6 locations and 1,200 cars. And I'm here actually recruiting manager trainees to kind of follow the same steps that I did after my degree.
So hello everyone, my name is Peter. I'm a talent acquisition consultant for IBM. I'm excited to be here today. It's my second year judging.
Hi everybody, my name is Edward Perry. I'm a dual professional. In my day job, I'm a professor at George Brown College in Toronto. And I'm also the owner of a consulting company called Point North, which is based in Canada and Spain. Nice to see you.
Yesterday's home runs do not win today's games. That's the real life that I live by. And when it comes to the education system in Canada, we believe it's quite good, but there's definitely room for improvement. There's some key challenges which we have identified, and as Microsoft Canada consultants, we personally believe that our offering of Copilot can really resolve these problems that you're facing as a college. So we're talking to you as the board of Concordia College, and we're going to tell you how our offerings can really help you generate more revenue, increase retention of staff, reduce turnover rates, and overall create a happier, healthier university population. So my name is Alex, this is my colleague Gabby, that's David, and that's Rachel on the end. So, what are the key challenges that universities are facing globally? Well, in Canada, the key challenges that are facing universities is a strained budget. And the strained budget becomes from these other 3 main challenges. Firstly, with dropout rates in university. We were absolutely stunned to see that 40% of students are dropping out of university in Canada. I mean, that's way, way too high. Now, we're going to show you a solution later on that can help reduce this dropout rate. There's a very high turnover rate of staff. This is down to a variety of reasons. They're burning out. They don't feel like they have a creative enough curriculum. They feel like they're taking on too much administrative work. That's all stuff that can be solved by Copilot. We'll touch on that as well later. And there's also a cap on international students. We see this as a huge problem. One of the biggest benefits Concordia University has is its diversity. 50% of the university is English speaking, the other 50% are from all over the world. However, due to the housing market in Canada, there's been a cap placed on international students. 35%. The amount of international students coming to Canada to study in 2024 is going to reduce by 35%. That has a domino effect when it comes to turnover rates of staff, revenue, and the overall diversity of the college population, which we believe is one of your biggest benefits. Now moving on, we look at what defines Microsoft Copilot. So AI and innovation are what are at the heart of Copilot and Microsoft. Now Copilot has a lot of offerings and they can give you a huge return on investment. So we personally believe the biggest benefits they can give you are in terms of productivity, speed, quality, and in terms of return on investment. When it comes to cost savings, optimized cash management can really improve the profit and loss sheet. Talent retention, there's some great professors here at Concordia. However, the turnover rate is really high, and that's something we need to resolve through our strategies. The well-being of staff and the well-being of students should be at the heart of any university. And our third solution, when it comes to the third challenge, will help make a happier, healthier population in universities. We're going to reduce staff turnover, and overall, by getting the administrative work done by Copilot, we're going to increase the productivity of staff. I'll now pass you on to my colleague David, who will take you through a major challenge and how Copilot resolves that.
Thanks, Alex. Well, as you can see, and as mentioned, staff turnover and burnout has been a key issue in the Canadian education system, and this is for a number of reasons. During the COVID pandemic, the use of Microsoft technology was vital in enhancing and merely sometimes maintaining education online through our OneNote and our Teams applications, along with many more. However, after we've returned post-COVID, a lot of these features are still being used as they were demonstrated their effectiveness. However, on top of the traditional style of teaching, this means that a lot of teachers have become inundated with time management and tasks. These parts to Microsoft solutions should be solutions. They should not be part of the problem when it comes to time management. And this has led to, as the Canadian Federation of Teachers said, a potential teaching crisis, and they stated that teacher retention and engagement is one of the key issues. So, with Microsoft Copilot, we urge that these issues of 64% of workers saying that they have struggling with the time and energy to do jobs, and with 68% saying that they don't have enough interrupted focus time in the workday, Microsoft Copilot can add to what's already there in our systems to increase and improve time management and reduce staff turnover and burnout. So, how can this be added to some of Microsoft's erstwhile services? Copilot's integration throughout 365 applications can enhance teachers' productivity as well as the students. This is throughout our offering within Microsoft services. For instance, a Copilot in Outlook is one of the most important things for time management. As I'm sure all of you know, as working in both business and education, a lot of the time coming in on Monday morning, nearly an hour is taken merely just replying to emails. Half of them are something you know how to respond to. With Copilot's language creation software and the Write Like Me function, you can use AI, as you can see on the right, to write in your fashion so you can quickly reply to straightforward emails and massively reduce time for teachers in the administrative tasks. This also is continuing into Teams, which allows teachers to catch up, and with the large language management can allow them to synthesize work, notes, and speeches and talks to massively reduce the time for administrative tasks. So, next slide. As you can see on the left here, this is the average use of Microsoft 365. Only 43% is actually used on creation, which is, we believe, the core function of what drives businesses, but also what drives good education and good support. Of course, communication is an important thing, but this should not be the majority of your time responding to emails, responding to notes. So we believe that these stats that Microsoft have evaluated through our research are important factors to show how Copilot is an effective use for time management. 64% of people said that it helped them spend less time processing emails. 68% said Copilot improved their quality of work, especially through language adaptation and manipulation. 29% of users said that they were faster in a series of tasks, and 70% of Copilot users said that they were overall more productive. In an era where burnout and time management are some of the key issues in education, we believe that Copilot can add so much to the education service. Nowadays, communication is easier than ever, but it should not be as hard as it is to keep up with that communication. I'll now pass you on to our talking about international students with Gabby.
Great, thank you. Currently, 12% of Concordia's fees come from international students. Right now, with the 2-year cap coming in, this poses quite a risk for Concordia. This can result in reduced income through fees, less revenue to pay teachers, administrators, and support education, and as a result, it can lead to layoffs in an already tight sector. So with these potential cuts to the program of Concordia, we need to mitigate this risk. This can be done through Copilot. Now, with Copilot, we can collaborate and communicate, which can facilitate international students to seamlessly go into a remote working program with Concordia and have international fees. With increased access to academic resources, we can provide continuous access beyond physical limitations. Lastly, with Copilot, Concordia can have global learning communities. Concordia can collaborate with different universities, share insights, and engage in cross-cultural learning experiences. I'll pass you to Alex, who will run us through our last key challenge.
One of the major key challenges that we identified, and I think is pretty close to all of our hearts, especially mine, is the dropout rates. 40% of students drop out of university. Canadian Indigenous students are 6 times more likely to drop out of high school, and that carries on to higher education as well. You know, racial equality and diversity and inclusion initiatives, they're really close to our heart here at Microsoft, and I'm sure they're close to your heart too at Concordia. More needs to be done to help reduce this dropout rate, reduce this disadvantage. Dropout rates affect all students, but it disproportionately affects students from disadvantaged areas. I myself come from a disadvantaged area. You know, I would be lying if I didn't say I didn't fail exams in university before. I would be lying if I said I didn't think about dropping out. You know, I've struggled, and that's had effects on my mental health and my well-being as a student. Universities don't pay enough attention to helping reduce this dropout rate. We personally believe that Copilot can be seamlessly integrated into the data system of the university and help reduce this dropout rate. So, how are we going to do that? Well, it can be integrated into Microsoft Excel, and it's going to track a couple of things. Track the name of the students. It's going to rate their attendance in class from a scale of 1 to 100. It will track their GPA, and it will track what secondary education they have. As you can see here, we have 5 students. James, he's not really turning up to class, and he has a quite low GPA. He went to a disadvantaged school. Automatically, he's been flagged as a student that's at risk of dropping out. You know, Daniel, he goes to class all the time. He has a 4.0. He's not struggling, he's fine. Pierre, he doesn't really turn up to class, but he's quite lucky. He's doing really, really well in college. Fair play to him. Ava, she went to a disadvantaged school, but as you can see, she's doing pretty well. She's not really on our radar. And again, Noah, he went to a private school. He has quite a nice GPA, and he goes to class all the time. We flagged James. James really needs to be checked in with. So we've built a system around Copilot in terms of how we can help James get back into education and build a better life for himself. These are the steps that we're going to take. We're going to track the students like you saw there. Copilot can visualize that data. It can track it using AI, and then we're going to intervene. Just an AI system is going to reach out to the student and say, hey James, how are you getting on? Are you doing okay mentally? Are you doing okay in terms of your grades? Are you struggling with anything in particular? We're going to pay close attention to James. And then finally, Copilot is great because it can tailor the material to the student. Now, my wife she's an educator, and she knows that students learn in different ways. There's visual learning, there's auditory learning, and the curriculum a lot of the time is very by the book. Copilot has the ability to seamlessly create the perfect material for each student. So we can go to James and say, what are you struggling with, James? And James will say, look, I'm reading all the material and I'm trying to learn it off and regurgitate it. It just doesn't work for me. I'm much better at visual learning. Copilot can take the material from class, turn it into a visual means of learning, and automatically James is more engaged. He's coming to class again. He's doing better in exams. It's reducing dropout rates. That means, and as we'll see with the financials when I pass it on to Rachel, the university is making a lot more revenue, which is great, and as a university that's a good thing, but also we're keeping students in higher education that would have otherwise dropped out. And then pass it on to my colleague Rachel, who will run you through the financials for our different solutions.
Thank you so much. So just to have a look at some of the metrics surrounding college dropouts. So Concordia University is taking a sort of a case study. We're talking about 35,000 undergraduate students in Concordia, and the Canadian national average for dropout, the dropout rate is 40%, which is strikingly high. So this leads to circa 23,000 dropout students who have dropped out. So quite a large proportion of students, and something that hopefully Copilot can help us avoid. So we discovered that in Canada, the average fees, if you kind of exclude maybe international students, the average is sort of 10k annually, and this amounts to 236 million in losses for the university. So the losses here are financial, but also for society in terms of students who don't graduate, and all of the other mental health benefits and things like that we heard earlier on. In terms of cost savings from Copilot, it costs $30 additional dollars a year per student, and so if we're taking a look at total cost, that's just short of $2 million a year. So in terms of a solution, this is pretty low cost. So we hope with this solution, with the implementations that we've already discussed, that we can reduce the dropout rate conservatively from 40% to 30%. And this when realised, this is an extra 6,000 students in universities a year, and this is circa 60 million saved for the university, or additional revenue. And if we can see from the graph on the right hand side, it's pretty striking. So on the left hand side of the graph, we can see that the cost that is incurred by the university, so just shy of 2 million, like we said, and the costs lost were just 236 million a year, so quite a striking graph. And just to break even on the solution, we just need the solution to work for 178 students for it to be cost effective, and we're talking about 40% to 30%, so 178 students is just 0.75%, so something super achievable, and hopefully as students become more familiar with the solution, we can see that rate increase exponentially. Just finally, just to sort of highlight again, so we're talking about a cost of 2 million, just less than 2 million. The cost of dropouts would have been 236 million, and we're hoping to save circa 60 million in the initial phase, and the return on investment on a strategy like this is 3,000%, which is super striking and super exciting for any business. So thank you so much, and I'll pass it on to Gabby.
Great, thank you, Rachel. So as humans, we can sometimes find change scary. I know I do anyway, and especially with technological advancements, you might think, how are we going to implement this? This is a new software system, but it's not. It's integrated with Microsoft 360. But that doesn't mean it's going to take some time to implement. So we will work with HR to implement this. So what will be involved? Firstly, we'll have an assessment where we'll evaluate existing infrastructure and user skills and identify the stakeholders and needs of this. So this will be our students as well as our staff. Next, we'll look at training. So this can be engaging webinars as well as workshops. And we'll have developed user-friendly guides and videos that students and staff can go back on. Next, we can look at communication and establish change champions within the organization. These could be fourth-year students. These could also be staff in BIS who enjoy this area. Next, we could look at support and create troubleshooting guides, as well as continuously monitoring the Copilot usage between staff and students. Lastly, we'll look at metrics and define key performance indicators and regularly analyze feedback and making this better than ever. I'll pass it on to David, who are running through a few risks.
Thanks, Gabby. Well, I think one of the first risks, of course, when implementing any additional software is the cost. $30 per student may seem like quite an addition for a university. However, the mitigation, as explained by Rachel, is quite straightforward financials. Even a tiny change in the actual upkeep of students and improving those retention KPIs can immediately make this a highly cost-effective solution. Secondly, for a university that has massive amounts of data about the students and the teachers, data security and privacy is, of course, one of the university's key potential risks. However, Microsoft's data protection and security, of course, doesn't stop at the Copilot and encompasses it as a whole to continue our cutting-edge guarantee of improvements in data security and privacy. And thirdly, another potential risk in modern adaptation of technology is, of course, people actually uptaking the implementation, students actually using the software. However, what's so important about the implementation of Copilot is the fact that this is not new apps. This is not a new section or a new download. These are merely tailoring the apps already provided for by Microsoft 365 to create a more efficient and task-effective solutions for both the students and for the staff. I'll now pass you on to Alex for the conclusion.
So, when it comes to the opportunities for Concordia, they're absolutely ginormous. So, in terms of productivity, staff are going to have much higher productivity due to the fact that AI is doing tasks and administrative tasks that they would have otherwise done. So, also going to reduce burnout and the turnover rate of staff. And as we know, Concordia University has some great staff that they do not want to lose. There's going to be less dropouts in education, and as we've seen, that's majorly important. If we can help one student, I mean, that's amazing. If we can help 178, we're breaking even. Anything after that, we're helping students stay in education, and we're also making a lot of revenue. And in terms of the increase in international students, it's really important for any city and any university to have a really diverse range of perspectives. Sadly, it's going to decrease by 35% this year, but that doesn't have to be the case. We can create online communities, remote learning, and that can bring everybody together, and we can maintain those perspectives. That might look like quite a funny picture. We'll come back to it in a sec. What can Copilot do for you? Well, as we've seen, it's going to bring you productivity, efficiency, it's going to reduce dropout rates, but it's also going to make learning a lot more engaging. It's going to make learning a lot more beneficial to students. This is a photo that I made in Copilot, and it's a photo that I would say describes Copilot quite well. It's efficiency, and what's Copilot going to bring to you? Efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. The presentation is up. Thank you so much. We'll now begin the Q&A period. Friendly reminder, the Q&A period will only be 10 minutes long.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Who would like to start?
Sure, I can start. Hello. Thank you very much. Very informative. I'd like to ask you a next level question. All right. If you were Microsoft, how would you go about suggesting Copilot to an industry that is notoriously known for acting very slowly in any progressions?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think in the education industry, my father and mother are both teachers, so I have allegedly heard about some of the bureaucratic issues when it comes to kind of keeping up with the times. However, I think one of the most important things with Copilot, as we mentioned, in terms of implementation, is this wouldn't be telling teachers, oh, you have to learn something new, this is a new app, this is more time spent on administrative tasks. These are merely add-ins to the existing services that they have, which are very easy to use and will quickly reduce their time.
Exactly, and as a huge incentive, it frees up time for creativity and innovation, which is, for the education industry, I think it's the lifeblood of the industry.
I think maybe as well we've just come out of COVID, so I think that we've firsthand seen how effective tools like this can be and how they've really helped teachers during COVID, and maybe to pitch it at that angle, that we can see very recently how effective these things are, and that Copilot can do the same for teachers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. So you put a lot of numbers, really interesting, but do you have any source? You can tell us where you got them from? Like, can you show us where you got the numbers
Yeah,
from?
so my data from in terms of the productivity and the changes from the use of the Copilot, that data is directly from Microsoft Research.
Okay.
Yeah, so the majority, I think all of the research in this was given to us in the case study.
And then, and then added through actual research reports online. As we're representing Microsoft as the sales pitch, we thought it'd be beneficial not just to use potential academic papers, but directly use Microsoft sources, both from the paper and online, to show that this sales pitch is not just about Microsoft, but driven by Microsoft.
Okay. Just add that my numbers have actually come from the Concordia website in terms of the number of students that they have at undergrad, and their dropout rates and things like that all came from the Concordia website.
That's one. Second question, for the ROI of 3,233, can I see the calculation? Do you have a...
So if we can just get back, it's just...
So yeah, just how, you know how you did that exactly.
So we're just talking about the gains are going to be 60, and we're
So
talking about...
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Good on my end.
Yeah, just to follow up my colleague's question for the calculation for the 236 million. That's just based on the assumption of the cost of tuition that is going to be lost based on
by the students who drop out.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can get into some maybe more technical questions, but you mentioned something interesting now is about how Copilot can make the content more visual for those who struggle with, let's say, a standard approach to education. Could you talk more about that?
Exactly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you back to efficiency. So the great thing about this is you just put in a line of a sentence and it automatically generates a photo for you. So maybe I'm reading something in maths or engineering and I'm reading the words but I'm not quite understanding it and I don't know what it relates to. I can ask Copilot to generate me an image of what is this sentence actually trying to say. Something like ChatGPT-4, which is also integrated into OpenAI and Microsoft, that's great at helping explain. You can ask it to explain to you like you're a 10-year-old, and it will do that. And that's majorly important because, of course, as students, we are going to struggle to understand some aspects of the information. In terms of tailoring the information to the specific learning style of the student, it's all there in Copilot's tools. Thank you.
Any other further questions?
We still have 5 minutes, so.
Yeah, I might have another one here, just with in terms of how Copilot can help. Let's say you were speaking a lot onto the dropout rate, but at the beginning, you were also talking about how it's going to help staff with emails and communication. How can you see Copilot helping HR and not having them drop out, not having them lose staff, let's say?
Exactly. So I think as anybody working in any industry knows, all that admin work is boring, it's tedious, and it does cause people to leave companies in search of more interesting work. Copilot is going to take that work that is usually going to make people leave the company, it makes them suffer from burnout, and it will use AI technology to do that for you. So for example, like one of the great things about Copilot is if you're writing an email, like for example here, you can ask it to say, reply to this email, sound like me, like it's going to take all your past emails and how you usually write, and it's going to send the email for you. You don't have to spend 20 minutes writing the email and checking if you've attached. It's going to do everything for you. It's going to get rid of all that administrative work that's really boring and causes people to leave companies, and it's going to give HR more time to focus on the more important issues, like helping students that really need it, helping the well-being of students, the mental health of students, and also helping the other members of staff enjoy their work more. And I think a happier staff and a happier student population can collaborate well together and turn Concordia into one of the most innovative, groundbreaking universities that there is.
And I think as well for HR, like a lot of it can be very admin based. And I say for a lot of people that's not why they got into HR, it's for human relations and being front of office. So I think with Copilot and taking all those emails away and all that paperwork and being able to be front of office, as like Alex was saying, helping out, they're not going to want to leave the university.
And I think it would be important as well. I think one of the biggest fears, especially with, I think once people hear AI technology, a buzzword is kind of replacement. However, this isn't replacing HR, it's replacing the monotony in HR, which allows to do them, as Gabby said, their actual tasks and the actual roles that they were assigned to do.
Exactly.
Thank you.
3 minutes if not. Perfect. Well,
If there's anything else or
have you answered all your questions? Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Q&A period is up. Thank you, delegates. Thank you, judges, for your participation. I will ask everyone to leave the room so we can prepare for the next presentation.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Khanun. Nice to meet you today. Hi, Rory.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Lori. I'll be your timekeeper for today. I will show you warning signs where there are 10, 5, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining on those cards. Once the 10-second countdown is up, I will say stop, after which the team must stop talking immediately. Afterward, a 10-minute Q&A period will follow. I would like to remind you all that all team must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak during the presentation, but not necessarily during Q&A period. Audience member, I will ask that you please place your phone on silent mode and remain seated in the room for the duration of the full presentation and Q&A period. I will now let the judges introduce themselves. Once they are done, you may begin your presentation and the timer will start. Judges, floor is yours.
So hi, my name is Alex Kashan. I'm a business development partner at Sunlight Financial right here in downtown Montreal. And of course, our roots are in insurance and investments, but my role is to recruit financial advisors and train them, and then later coach them in where they want to take their business. Thank you for having me.
I'm Chris Guerra. I'm a district manager for Enterprise Mobility. So I oversee the West Island of Montreal, overseeing 6 locations, 1,200 cars about. I'm here as well, recruiting for manager trainees to kind of follow the same steps as well. Thanks for having me.
Hello everyone, my name is Peter. I'm a recruiter at Campus Recruiter 2 for IBM, and it's my second year judging here. Good luck.
Hi, my name is Edward Perry, and I'm a dual professional. I'm a professor at George Brown College in Toronto, and also own my own company, which is a consulting company called Point North. Nice to have you.
Nice to meet you all.
From the discoveries of fire to electronics, humanity has continued to evolve. And now we are in the eras of quantum computing era. There's a saying that technology is not here to replace it, but it coexists and elevates our capabilities. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are the representatives from Microsoft Copilot. And as your current customer of the Microsoft 365, we would like to offer a new offering to help you tackle the ongoing issue in the university. So, let's dive into the main stakeholder in the university. We identified 3 stakeholders: student, professor, and administrative staffs. For student, the current challenge that students face is administrative burden, lack of personalization, and improper utilization of AI. So, with this challenge, those students desire efficient communication and automation of the administrative process with the focus on utilizing AI accurately and efficiently. I would like to point out this a little bit more. As a student myself, I use ChatGPT or any AI, but however, I also think that, if one day if I don't think of anything, will I be lost to AI or not? That it was the student is facing as well. Second stakeholder, professor. What do they challenge? What the challenge that do they face right now? The first one, there are lots of work overload. And these lead to the difficulty of the university to retain those professors. And if they want to improve on their career, they need to do a lot of research, right? However, right now, there are insufficient tools to facilitate them into improving the curricular content and also the tools to help them write the research. So, what do professors seek? They seek something that can help them do manage on their workload and also assist them in retention into the university, and also had an advanced access to the research too. And the next one is the administrative staff. What is their pain point right now? Same with professor, work overload. Imagine the staff in the office. They have nothing to do. They need to contact the student, they need to contact external stakeholder. There's a lot of work for them. Outdated system. They still use the current Microsoft Excel that needs a manual input, and lack of alignment with both internal and external department in the university. So what are they looking for? They seek something that can help them to efficiently manage their workload, and something that is more automated rather than manual, and also align on departmental alignment with other faculty as well. So, we as a representative from Microsoft Copilot would like to propose an offering to help you solve these pain points that I have mentioned before. And how? With the Microsoft Copilot, you can think of it as an AI sidekick. And these will seamlessly integrate it into your current Microsoft 365 that you already have. These will highlight more efficiency, more empowerment to your system, and more personalization tailored to each stakeholders. And I would like to pass on to my colleague to explain how the Microsoft Copilot not just tackle those pain points, but also offer a cost reduction for the overall university as well.
Thank you, Nalapas. So now, it's time for the Microsoft Copilot to fly you to your destination. We all in this room were once a student. So let's see what's a day in the life that we all once faced when we were young. At first, in the morning, we wake up, we go to school. Let's close your eyes. You need to pull out your lecture, your notes, and write down what your teacher has taught you. That's such a drag. And then, in the afternoon, you have group project done, and you need to open the Microsoft PowerPoint and Excel. You have insufficient communication to be done with your teammates. And lastly, in the exam, you put your note everywhere and it scatters all around. Therefore, you have no time for the revision, and this results in a bad experience. So how can your Copilot be the sidekick that fixes this experience? So let's elaborate that in our customer journey. So at first, a candidate student life, when he wakes up and goes to school for learning, the note-taking application that they are using with your university that is using Microsoft 365, that is OneNote. The current pain point is that students write their materials down in the note, but they still want fast, accurate, and the one that will synthesize the best results and the best input for them. So what Copilot offers? We offer the integration of OneNote that will summarize all the topics that they want to know, or the topic that they missed out, and the topic that got most often asked by the students will be analyzed and tailored to give the direct and exact answer of what they want. So outcome, they can follow up and catch up with the lecturer inside the class, and they could follow along with the teachers. This is the first stop. In the second stop, when there is work group project, in the past we had various communication issues of PowerPoint and Excel, but let's leave that behind and embrace the future. In the Microsoft Excel, we can see that the pain point of having a hand-in project, we need that work to be done, but we don't know how to visualize or how to beautify those slides. Never mind, let's embrace the Copilot. Let that be the one who visualize and tailor you the best beautified slides by inputting in your inputs, your information, and your critical ideas. Having those ideas point and write out in the Copilot, and then the outcome will be the beautiful slides conveying the message and the key idea that you want to do it. So that's for individual project. How about group project? We have Loop. Since your university is the one adopting Microsoft 365, the main communication of teamwork is in Loop. But it depends point that, of course, when there are many messages in Loop, people try to ignore the message on the top, and it will get covered up as new message were input down there. So Copilot will solve this point by be the one and be the sidekick that will analyze the message. That if you have no time to read the PDF file, if you have no time to read the meeting summary, this one will summarize and give you the most optimal outcome for you to catch up with the meeting. And this will make all the students catch up in that group project and group work on time. So Let's talk about the Canadian life when they go to the exam. In the past, when we went into exam room, imagine that picture that one night before exam, we have no time to read and recall our curricula. So how can this be solved with our Microsoft Copilot? That's very easy, because now we write our notes in OneNote or even Microsoft Office. So by having this note written out, we can use the Copilot to sum up the summary and the summarize of what we have learned, the summarize of our lecture. And the even further and even interesting feature is that it could cache out and it could spot you that which part in your note is missing. And this, when you know that which part are you still missing or which part you still lacking in, it can fulfill that feature, and it could tailor the best recommendation or the best tailored curricula by pairing up with your course syllabus and your note and give you the best gaps that you are missing. And as you fulfill that gap, you would know the focus point and you could achieve the demand grade by the end of the semester. Fascinating, right? This will be just the first stakeholder that how Copilot will improve their life and improve the customer experience. Because in the end, what the student in your university will get are three major values. First is the critical thinking. As we are exploring the prompt, we are not writing the prompt directly in like how to give me the answer, but we want to craft a beautiful slide. So we will give the input of what is the slide of what information we have, and then let that AI craft out and visualize it to have a more convenience and more comfort of visualization. And then more effective communication. Instead of reading every summary of the meeting minute, instead of reading all the group messages, you can use Copilot to convey it to be more efficient and catch up with the results. And lastly is the productivity. Now, instead of having bunch of work and bunch of workload to be follow up and catch up, you have motivation because it will reduce your time of spending and gathering all the information. As you have fun information in front of you, it increases your motivation and it increases your productivity to emphasize and make you become a better student at the end of the day. So that's for the student stakeholder. Let's pass on to Pan on how the professor will be benefit by this feature.
Thank you. So now the next problem are professors. They're facing overwork and they don't want to be, they don't want to stay in the university. So let's identify what their daily lives look like. First of all, they need to prepare the materials. It's a very tedious task because they have to keep generating slides for every classes. Next, when they teach, they want to convey the best message and share their experiences to the students. Thirdly is grading. They spend so much time grading each student's work and they don't even know if that's the optimal way of doing it. And last but not least, and most importantly, is doing research. But let's dive into these two, which are preparation and grading, as we've identified that it takes up the most effort but gives lowest returns. First, preparation. Instead of having to come up with slides for every class, professors can actually use Copilot in PowerPoint to convert their textbooks materials or even other examples of case studies to be generated onto the slide, similar to what my colleague just elaborated. This will ensure that professors can focus on making the class itself more engaging and more interesting so that students want to come to class. Next is the grading. This is very, very important because professors are burnt out from this. They spend so much time grading hundreds of students and they don't even know if their feedbacks are the best because they're super tired, right? What Copilot can do is two things. First of all, it can do a preliminary grading for each individual student's work in which it suggests professors, oh, this student is probably getting this question wrong, and professors can just scroll through and verify that that is in fact wrong. Now, the next fold is that not just grading will become easier for professors. Professor can use those data to analyze which student is lacking in which specific area. For example, my friend could be lacking in calculus and that professor would know right away instead of having to go to Excel with hundreds and thousands of rows. Right? That will make students get more valuable feedbacks and more targeted improvement or supplementary materials, which again, Copilot can generate for that. Last but not least is the fact that we can identify these two pain points, professors will be able to focus on what they value, which are two things. First is they can teach and pass on their knowledge to their students. And last but not least is to focus on doing research and innovate in their field of study, which they can push boundaries in their field even further. Now, onto the last stakeholder of administration. The name in and of itself tells you that it's a tedious task, right? So the three main jobs of admins are planning, maintaining, and updating. So we've identified that the two pain points are planning and maintaining, so that they can focus on updating whatever initiatives they want for the whole university. For planning, it's so time consuming to process documents, filing it, and contacting different stakeholders to come up with a plan. And Copilot, again, can eliminate all these pain points and seamlessly integrate into their lives. Last but not least, maintaining, talking to different stakeholders, different faculties, different professors is tedious. Teams will allow admins to summarize what happened in the meeting itself and generate a summary and even book the next appointment, which my colleague will demonstrate further. Now, admins can focus on updating and renewing the system that will meet current standards or push the standards even higher for the university. Now, let my colleague elaborate why Copilot would be worth it for you guys.
Okay, so let's take a step back and look at the free AI generative tools. The first point to compare between our product and other free AI generative tools is the quality. Other AI generative tools cannot answer complex questions or tasks that are given to them. This involves a lot in a university context, which classes which are quite complex, quite hard, which cannot be fed into the system and give you an accurate answer. However, this can be done with Copilot. Since Copilot run on GPT-4 and Bing, which are two of the most powerful generative tools on the planet currently. This means that Copilot will be able to handle complex tasks, diverse tasks such as generating codes, essay, poems, and even more. Next, let's go to versatility. Other generative AI tools are not designed for organizational uses such as administration, management, and data memory. For instance, if you go online right now and click on a free AI generative tool, after you refresh the browsing history, all the data will be gone. However, this is not the case with Copilot. Copilot can assist and inspire users in various domains and scenarios such as education, administration, research, creativity, and problem solving, because the program itself is especially designed for organizational uses. And the last aspect is integration, the most important aspect. Other AI generative tools are not designed to link to Microsoft 360, which your university is currently a client. This limits the usability of the program, and this does not maximize the usage of the program that you are currently subscribing to. However, this is not a problem with Copilot. Copilot will seamlessly integrate into the programs that your university are currently paying for, making it even more effective to pay for those programs, plus the Copilot. Copilot can also sync and share data among different programs that your university is currently subscribing to, making the transformation very seamless. So, this leads to why Copilot is the best solution for your university. Next, how to seamlessly integrate the program with your university. I'll take you through a journey of professors and admins. Let's take Andrew Lee, an accounting professor who usually use Microsoft Excel and Microsoft PowerPoints at the top Canadian university. When the university adopt the program, Mr. Lee will be going through the process at which he will be trained by the Microsoft Copilot staff. Let's take a look at Mr. William Smith, our Microsoft Copilot project assistant. Mr. William Smith will be sent to assist professors and admins at the university to teach them on how to best utilize the program on the Copilot to ensure the seamless transformation before and after using the system. So how will this program look like? On the first day, we will teach how to integrate the system into other Microsoft programs. On the second day, we will teach how to feed tasks to Copilots to best utilize with different programs that each different subjects are using. On the third day, we will teach how to feed tasks, especially related to teaching assistant, to the academic staff and to employees on the administrative sites. And on the last day, we will have an evaluation for the people who join the program so that they will know if they are already good with the program or not. So how about the students? For the students, let's take Mr. Jim for as an example. He usually uses Teams and Microsoft Words. The company will use the collaborative hall at the university to host sessions where each different tasks and skills will be taught on spot for 1 week, and he can join during his breaks and free times. So it will save the cost for each student of up to 2,000 Canadian dollar, and if the university has 10,000 students, it will save for 10 million Canadian dollar per year. It will save time of up to 43 minutes per day to discover their passion, and the quality of the education will be increased significantly.
So there is a French proverb that education is a passport to the future. Let's Copilot be your captain that fly you there. And today, let's book a ticket. Copilot, let's book a room for a meeting tomorrow. This room. And let's meet you guys tomorrow for a good deal. Thank you very much.
Presentation is up. Thank you so much. We'll now begin the question and answer period. Friendly reminder, the Q&A will only be 10 minutes long. This is yours.
I have a question. Were you guys able to project what the numbers would be on the retention of either students, staff, integrating this type of system? Like, how would it affect the retention of the teachers? Let's say, were you guys able to break down the numbers at all? Or?
Okay, sure. For that part, we were given by the company that a student will be able to save up to 2,000 Canadian dollars per year using the program. So with the assumption that your university has about 10,000 students, that means that each student will be able to save 2,000 Canadian dollars and totaling up to 20 million in 1 year. Moreover, the academic staff will be able to save up to 4,000 Canadian dollars per year using the program. And this means that per year, each of your staff, the university will be able to reduce the cost of 4,000 times the number of administrative and professors, and that's how much cost will be saved per year for the university after applying our program.
But please let me add on in terms of retention
Yeah.
itself. We do not have a specific data because you are in fact a pilot client that we want you to be pushing the boundary or become the first university in Canada to excel to the top using our co-pilot programs. But we can ensure that our solutions would definitely tackle problems that professors and admin staffs are facing, which is they're overworked. This will definitely become a great solution for you guys.
Thank you.
Of the suggestions that you presented in your presentation, which would the priorities be for Microsoft in regards to achieving a maximum market share of the Copilot product? Would it be in the area of students? Would it be in the area of professors or other faculty? What do you think?
Personally, I would say the market share that the Microsoft Copilot could capture the most would be student and the professor. Let me explain. For the student, as my colleague mentioned, there are a lot of challenge that the student has nowadays regarding their administration, their studies, or everything that occur in their daily life. And we are sure that right now, even like student like me, we also use another generative free AI tool. And I make sure that if the university adopt this included into the current Microsoft 365, I will make sure that students would likely to use this as their the next stage of the AI tools. And for the professor, And for the professor part, even though the significance of the market share will be less than the student, we are sure that the professor right now, even though there's some objection with the AI in the professor view, right? But we are sure that as the world is continuing to evolve in this digital era, now or later, the professor would see the benefit and will make sure that with our training program, with our session that we will provide it for you, you make sure that professor will have a positive view on our product and will efficiently integrate this into helping they develop their curriculum and their career.
Thank you very much.
One question I would have is, that you had a slide on explaining the training of establishing the new tool with the staff, like professors and admin. I'm assuming that's not for the students, but what's the turnaround time for that? How quickly can we get that set up?
Okay, so I would take that question. So for professors and admin, it would take them 4 days to complete the program. On the first day, we will teach them on how to integrate. Second day is to give it, how to feed on different programs that are currently using for different class. On the third day is how to feed the task according to how to teach based on each different professors. And on the last day is the evaluation. So in total, it takes 3 days to complete the program.
Okay. And is there a form of continuous learning after that and support?
On that, it will be on the student side, where we will be hosting collaborative teaching sessions during lunch and breaks on school days for a week after the program is implemented. So not only students can join, but also professors who would want to learn on other aspects can join the training as well.
Definitely, we'll be providing supplementary materials after both students and professors' sessions, so that new professors, newcomers, or new students could be learning about the new tools as well.
And the last question for me is, I'm very curious to how you came to the number of 43 minutes, save up to 43 minutes daily. What's the calculation behind that?
So the number of 43 minutes daily was given to us by Microsoft research based on their past practices on how much their clients can save per day. So that's based on past performances of our company.
Thank you.
Just one question. What major obstacles do you foresee for Microsoft to implement Copilot in the university college setting?
So the most critical part is that the users and the decision makers are not the same person, right? You guys might not be able to fully appreciate or fully empathize with what students or professors are struggling right now, because you might not be in their shoes at the moment. But we can assure you that it is a significant decision and investment, and we completely understand that. So what we would like to do is we could in fact set up a demo session, sampling some students, sampling some professors, and we can be introducing that, and you can observe how impactful it is to the lives of students and professors.
Thank you.
There's 3 minutes left for Q&A.
Good for that.
Good.
Well, the Q&A period is up. Thank you, delegates, and you judges, for your participation. We'll ask everyone to leave the room so we can start the deliberation period. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex Kashan. I'm a business development partner at Sun Life Financial, right here in our beautiful downtown. And my role is to recruit and then to train and then to coach financial advisors at our office. Good luck today.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Guerra. I'm a district manager for Enterprise Mobility, so Enterprise Rent-A-Car. I basically oversee the West Island, so 6 locations and 1,200 cars. I'm here as well recruiting manager trainees, like the program I went through for our company. So good luck.
Hello everyone, my name is Peter. I'm a talent acquisition consultant for IBM. I've been judging for 2 years. Good luck.
Hi, my name is Edward Perry, and I'm a professor at George Brown College in Toronto, and also own my own consulting company, Point North. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The printing press, the steam engine, the telephone, and the internet. These 4 products have had a revolutionary impact on the way people work and, frankly, the way the world operates. We here at Microsoft feel with the new dawn of this generation, there is a product that will have an equivalent impact and that will allow you to empower every person and organization. Judges, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us here today. My name is Isaac. I'm joined here by my colleagues Lindsay, Paige, and Sebastian, and we are Microsoft Canada. We would like to propose to you today your AI answer implementing the Microsoft Copilot program into your university operations. So first, a general overview, and this is how can Microsoft Copilot assist your university and solve the challenges you are currently facing.
Okay, so first just a little bit, what is Copilot? You may be wondering. It is an AI tool that can be integrated in 2 ways. So it can be embedded within the existing Microsoft products currently at your university. So that could be Word, PowerPoint, Excel, SharePoint, Microsoft Teams. And then it also has a business chat feature which enhances task completion. So it'll bring up prompts in your calendar, remind you of things that come up in your email, but again, integrating with those current Microsoft products that you're already using.
So now this brings us, where is your university currently? What is your current state? So we'll take you through a little bit of an analysis of your issues and your needs. And so the current state of Canadian higher education in Canada. So something that was noted in your information to us, it is diverse, dynamic, and one of the best in the world. Canada is home to over 100 different universities and higher education facilities. And post-secondary education public spending dollars total around 20 billion Canadian dollars, and not a small amount. Of something to note, approximately 50% of these organizations are taking part in what is known as work integrated learning, which is giving students a chance to get out into the real world and use that knowledge they have learned in the classroom in the real world business context. As noted, and which has been quite in the news lately, the Government of Canada has put a cap on the study permits for international students. And some of the current discourse around this is it expects to be a decrease in revenue of $100 million to these different universities. Not only are they facing budget cuts from their provincial government funders, but now they're also facing a loss of increase from the lack of international students. Then we'll go over some more macro trends where there's a larger union involvement with university faculty, staff, and whatnot. And that's causing some rifts between yourself as the Board of Governors and the people who you employ. Next, because of the increase in students and the decrease in budget, there's a lack or a lessening of faculty productivity because there are more administrative tasks that need to get done to meet all of these students' needs. And with the increase from COVID-19 in particular, there has been a larger technological reliance in the university landscape through different learning management platforms and different ways that students will interact in the university landscape.
And when we look at all of this in a whole, it is not surprising that there is an increase in resignations and a higher turnover rate amongst university workers because of this difficult and complex working environment. Which leads us to our key takeaway, that there is an increasing resource constraints within the university context, specifically with their budgets and staff. So now we'll take it into a little more of a micro-analysis of the faculty persona. I'd like to introduce you to Lana. Lana is an associate professor at the University of Canada. And she's been teaching since 2005. She teaches approximately 2 undergraduate classes a week, which is around the average of what a professor would be taking on in addition to their research capacity. But she's also a proud mom of 2 8 and 10-year-old children. She values time for research as she's really involved not only in her teaching, but learning what's next out there. And she really enjoys delivering quality content to her students. And of course, the work-life balance when she's a busy mom of 2. Her challenge is that she struggles to keep up with the students' emails and faculty committee meetings because she has so much going on her plate. She does not have enough time to dedicate to her research, and so that has been reflected in her lack of publishments, and she's feeling like her creative ideas are just not the same as they once were. And through all this, she's feeling quite burnt out. Now, her goals is that she wants to lessen her workload in any way that she can find and become more efficient in her tasks. She wants to provide students with the content that she feels they deserve with their increasing tuition dollars, and she wants to, of course, find more time for that research. So this leads us to our key takeaway, that faculty want a better work-life balance in addition to the administrative staff, and more quality time for teaching and research. So why not other platforms? We've talked a bit about Copilot in the logo in the corner. And you notice that you might have a competing competitor in Baird, the Google AI assistants. However, as you had previously noted to us, your university is already fully integrated with Microsoft, so it would be a little bit counterproductive to bring in an entirely different system just to acquire an AI assistant. Now, we point out Critic here, which is an AI marking platform that certain universities across Canada and the United States have incorporated to manage marking. However, student experience relies on students marking students, and the feedback that this platform has been having has not been wholly positive, and we feel that Copilot would better serve your needs than relying on Critic or a platform like it.
Awesome. So this leads us to your AI answer, implementing the Microsoft Copilot AI program into your university operations. So as we've noted, there have been various challenges across the general higher education system in Canada, as well as faculty members in the university facing challenges themselves. And we'd like to propose to you some various solutions that we feel will alleviate these challenges that they are facing. So we've outlined 3 for you today. Number 1, student relations management. Number 2, automated calendar scheduling. And number 3, email summarization. So getting into a little bit more detail in this number 1 implementation, student relations management. So currently only 55% of students can access reasonable support from their staff members at the university. There's a lack of experiential learning opportunities and reduced quality of learning materials across the board. For implementation number 2, automated calendar scheduling. Scheduling issues as it stands are one of the largest causes of job dissatisfaction in the workplace. There's conflicting times with coworkers having to figure out schedules, and there's a struggle to collaborate efficiently when figuring out these open free time slots. And finally, with this implementation number 3, email summarization. As per a McKinsey article, professionals spend an average of 28% of their workday answering and looking at emails. University staff get an average of 84 emails per day, a significant volume to work with and to keep efficient on top of. And a Wall Street Journal, linking a Wall Street Journal article, 57% of office software is currently used for communication. This is to just get across the overall point that emails take up a lot of your day. So for this implementation number 1, student relationship management, and how can this Microsoft Copilot AI program solve this issue? So when looking at Word, this will create summaries and recaps of important documents useful for various tasks such as admissions, scholarship applications for students, and scholarship application reviews for faculty members, CV reviews, and cover letter reviews. All very time-consuming tasks that the faculty members currently have to do manually that can be replaced by this Copilot program. Excel work, so working with the data to sort and generate forecasts. This Copilot program will be useful for forecasting key trends in the enrollment and most used areas of the campus, or analyzing grade distributions, so mean, median, and modes for class distributions. Again, replacing this currently manual task with a Copilot AI integration. And finally, Microsoft 365 chat, creating content from other Office platforms, useful for the answering simple questions or managing student files. So, as I alluded to earlier, 84 emails per day, a lot of information coming at you. This Microsoft 365 chat will be able to answer and alleviate some of the questions if the student is able to just go right to it instead of the faculty member. So for a little bit more detail for this implementation number 2, and that is automation of calendar scheduling. So as I mentioned earlier, this is one of the most frustrating moments for employees and for faculty members as it stands. This Microsoft Copilot integration can be integrated with Microsoft Outlook, so summarizing email threads. It will be useful for suggesting responses, finding suitable meeting times, and sending invites to other employees. Microsoft Teams, so this will be hosting meetings and collaborating with your other team members. The Microsoft integration will be useful for creating transcripts from meetings, summarizing them, tracking who said what, and creating actionable items, as well as holding office hours online and not missing important questions or tasks. With a lot of information coming at you, it might be tough to gather everything, and this is a great summarization tool for you. And finally, for implementation number 3, that is the email summarization. Again, a chat implementation would work great in this context. So creating new content based on content from other Office platforms, Word, PowerPoint, Office 365 platforms. The AI integration will be useful for creating new content for lectures based on student questions. Microsoft Teams implementation, summarizing key discussion points from chats, from meetings, from calls. Very useful for multitasking during department meetings or various committees, allowing you to focus on other matters without missing other important items. Another implementation tool on Microsoft Outlook, suggesting actionable items, replies, and following up emails. Again, avoiding this time to having to write it all. An AI integration tool will be there to offer a reply right for you. So to get into the financials, this is a big undertaking for your business. We want to be sure that it is a financially viable solution for you and that the cost savings will be realized. So first, to direct your attention to the right side of the screen here, this is the calculation of time savings per employee, and the total per year at the very bottom row you have is the peak savings that we have estimated. So per employee, we estimate about 316 hours per year, or about $2,000 in monetary terms per year per employee. And now for this chart, we feel right away the peak savings will not be able to be realized. It will take some time to fully realize the benefits. That is this percentage of peak savings timeline, as you can see here, the 75%, 90%, 100%. Based on this $2,000 and admission faculty, a faculty size of about 2,000 employees, we have cost savings around $3 million, thus increasing. We want to take into account the Microsoft Copilot subscription cost of $30 per employee. And the direct implementation costs, obviously, something you're going to want to take note of. The AI integration and setup will represent the bulk of this, so standing around $2.2 million. Logistics, maintenance and support, and training of the faculty members to actually use these Copilot AI tools will cost significant dollar amount as well. To direct your attention to the bottom here, the return on investment we've estimated at around 145% for your school, with an MPV of around $5 million.
So it's great that we told you the products we offer, what it can look like for your school, and how much it's going to cost. But ultimately, we also want to discuss what it's going to look like implementing this in your schools. As you can see, we've outlined a time of 4 months, which is approximately 1 semester of time, and we base this off of statistical averages of other schools that have implemented similar programs. We think the key resources that this is going to take are the Microsoft Copilot experts who will be hiring and the university HR team who will be leading the implementation. Ultimately, what we believe to be a reasonable key performance indicator for this is 77% adoption from your faculty and staff within that 4-month time frame. We've broken this down into 3 simple steps, which are the Microsoft team teaching your HR staff, the HR staff disseminating it to department heads, and then leveraging our Microsoft Viva platform to monitor how the adoption is going. Looking a little bit further into the Microsoft team teaching the HR team, we want to start with a bit of a top-down approach. We want our Microsoft staff to come and teach your HR team so they can disseminate the information below. Basically, this means we're going to take our staff come in and they're going to work with the full-time HR staff and existing part-time staff such as co-op students. We don't imagine you're going to have to hire anyone else for this. We want it to be very clear. You'll be working with existing staff only. Our staff are going to come in and teach you how the Copilot dashboard works. This is basically going to be tracking AI readiness among your staff, how they're adopting it, and the impact it's having. So you will be actually able to realize the impact that it's having as it's having it. We also want to train your HR staff how to use Viva. Viva is within the 365 AI Copilot program that will actually teach your staff how to use and get the most value out of the programs that we're offering. So looking a little bit into the second step, which is your team disseminating it to staff, we imagine that the HR teams and the full-time staff and the co-op students will work together to teach the department heads how to use it and be able to teach them how to use Viva as well. We think that by targeting the department heads first, you'll be able to make that strong connection with the staff through the department head instead of having an external consultant come out and directly teach your staff themselves. We want your HR team to monitor the adoption of this technology through the Viva app, which has a very comprehensive dashboard that can track how everything is going. Ultimately, we believe that the co-op students and interns working for the HR team will also be available to provide assistance to any of the department heads or staff that are struggling with the adoption or need a little bit of extra help. So the final step we have here is leveraging Microsoft Viva. As I've mentioned, it's a dashboard that tells you how things are going. With this, we can track the use of Copilot by faculty, we can understand how they're using it, and we can also explore further areas for improvement. This is ultimately the most important step because it shows you that what you're spending the money on is actually worth it and that your staff are actually using it.
Okay, so now just to take a look at what this looks like, as Sebastian previously alluded to, that first month will be just kind of introducing that, training the HR staff, which we don't expect to take too long since they have some previous experience. The biggest chunk will be teaching the other department heads and getting them trained up on the platform, so we've allocated 2 months to that. And then the last stage here will only be 4 months, and of course, as if new staff comes on, they can be adapted into this in the long term as well.
So now I'd like to walk you through Lana's journey. So Lana, as we mentioned, was an associate professor, and so she attends her department weekly meeting, and where she learns through Viva what Copilot is, and she feels supported by her department head and learns how she can incorporate it into her job. So then Lana engages, and she asks her department head questions, and she moves on. And so she starts using it simply by using Copilot to manage emails from the students and help her alleviate some of those mundane tasks. And then Lana briefly struggles with Copilot. However, as the HR team has been fully briefed by Microsoft and is able to assist along with the co-op students who themselves are already pretty familiar with AI technology, she is able to solve those problems and continue incorporating Copilot into different aspects of her job. And then thanks to Copilot, she has that time and she feels much more satisfied with her work-life balance. So Lana's burnout has disappeared and her increased creativity and productivity is evident throughout her research and teaching and the quality provided to the students.
Okay, so the key impacts that we believe that this will have is that we can improve the resource usage that you currently have at the university. It can boost the university well-being among staff, the students, everyone's overall well-being is genuinely increased. We can also would hope to see that it aligns with emerging workforce trends and that there's effective change management, as Sebastian alluded to. We have also highlighted 2 key risks here. However, we'll be happy to go through this more in the Q&A and touch on the mitigations that we've come up with as well.
Judges, I first brought you to this to empower every person and organization quote at the beginning. I hope this has been shown to you today. We'd like to thank you for listening to our presentation, and I'd like to ask for any questions.
Thank you so much. Your presentation is up. We can now start the Q&A period. Friendly reminder, it'll be 10 minutes long.
All right, I'll start. Just a question. Based on your research, which segments of the college-university setting would you suggest Microsoft prioritize in pitching Copilot?
Within that department, we would believe Copilot would be best potentially within a faculty. So we've started potentially pitching it within the business faculty. They generally have lots of different hierarchies and different department heads already set up because they have different programs such as like accounting and finance. So then this would be a good chance to bring it in, have that HR team trained up and ready to go, and then they can work directly with those different department heads, like for example the finance department, the business economics and law, or etc. all across, and then directly work with those to implement it amongst people below them. And then also these people within these faculties have different backgrounds in research also in business and in the workforce, so it would be an easier transformation for them to implement this in a school setting, and could also be potential testimonials to other faculties within the university with the success of the platform.
Wonderful, thank you.
I have a couple questions, more micro, but in fact, one of your macro trends, you mentioned the union involvement will increase. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, so I'm happy to answer that question. So the union involvement has really been a trend because of the work-life balance and the advocating for more of that. We see with the integration of Copilot that the union would be on board because there would be different aspects that an administrative staff member would no longer need to do 17 times a day, and would open the floor for potential learning opportunities or whatnot that would help them advance in their career, or maybe there is more of that work-life balance, but it provides more of that relief for them to explore different options with their day.
Thank you for your answer. And the second question, for your KPI with 77% adoption, I just want to hear the story of how you got to this number.
That's great. Thank you for the question. So basically what we did is we surveyed schools and businesses and faculties that have already implemented this. And what we did is we found that about 77% of the staff, after learning how to use the software, were so happy with it that they didn't want to stop. And basically we based it off of that.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I'll ask one more. Of your 3 implementations, which one would have the biggest impact with the program?
That's great. Would you mind going back to the main, the overall implementation slide? Yes. Okay, so we think that the biggest impact will ultimately be in part C. Because at this point, all of your staff have already been trained and know how to use it. So in this step, we're basically monitoring who's actually using it and how they're using it, and whether or not it's actually benefiting your office.
Perfect.
There's 6 minutes left. All good for Everyone?
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Q&A period is over. Thank you for your participation. Thank you, judges. So we'll now ask everyone to leave so we can reset up the room.
Perfect. Thank you very
so
much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Have a nice day.
Take care.
Lori. I'll be your timekeeper for the day. I will show you warning signs where there are 10, 5, 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on those cards. Once the 10-second countdown is up, I will say stopped, after which the team must stop talking immediately. Afterward, a 10-minute Q&A period will follow. I would like to remind you all that all team is present for a minimum of 15 minutes and all team members must speak during the presentation, but not necessarily during Q&A period. Audience member, I will ask that you please place your phone on silent mode and remain seated in the room for the duration of the full presentation and Q&A period. I will now let the judges introduce themselves. Once they're done, you may begin your presentation and the timer will start. So this floor is yours.
Thank you. So hi, my name is Alex Cachan and I'm a business development partner at Sun Life Financial here in our beautiful downtown. So my role is to recruit, to then train and then coach people in their financial advisory career. Happy to be here and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Guerra. I am a district manager for enterprise mobility. So I oversee the West Island of Montreal, about 6 locations, 1,200 cars. I'm here recruiting manager trainees to do the same program that I went through here for this position.
Hello everyone, my name is Peter. I'm a talent acquisition consultant at IBM. I've been judging this competition for the past few years. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Edward Perry. I'm a professor at George Brown College in Toronto, and also I am the owner of Point North Consulting Company. Good luck, folks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Universities in Canada have reached great heights, but they are currently facing some turbulence. Good afternoon. We are Bridge Associates from Microsoft, and we're here to help these universities take off to a great height. So our vision today is really to help these universities tackle their workforce challenges. And you've come to us with 2 key challenges. How can Copilot help improve strain budget, resources, time and well-being, and how will HR play a pivotal role in facilitating this effective change management? And with that, we've come up with our solution, Take Off with Copilot, leveraging powerful features of Copilot to address these relevant workforce challenges. And our impact is significant. We hope to have 297,000 hours saved by 2023, 100% AI adoption rate, and 12.9 million Canadian dollars in cost saving in 2024 E. So let's go into it. Canada has great education, one of the best education in the world. You house 100 university, 15,000 program, and is ranked top 5 best country for education. And you host diverse and dynamic student bodies and also top-notch educators and research expertise. However, you are facing some challenges. We see that the employees, such as the faculty staff, HR, administrative staff, they are overworked. They need to juggle the different responsibilities. In addition to that, they have limited incentives. Due to the challenges to labor union, they are faced with compromised salary, work conditions, etc. And also we see difficulties integrating these technology due to post-COVID landscape that really demands such technology adoption. So let's see this. We have all these challenges and these are push factors. They are pushing for technological adoptions. Actually, nowadays, we are seeing that these universities are actually adopting some of the technology, such as virtual classroom, online assessment, predict modeling, etc. However, this is not enough. Introducing Copilot, and we seek to be the pull factor. Copilot is this artificial intelligence platform that we are really intelligent, we help to enhance productivity, creativity, and connectivities. So all these challenges are now pushing for changes. And we, Microsoft Copilot, we want to be there, we want to show that we are effective, help to address all the issues, and help to be a pull factor and convince the universities to stay. So introducing Maple University. These universities face issues as highlighted as above and seek to leverage technology to drive transformative changes. There are 9,000 teachers, 2.6K managers, 6.4 administrative staff, 97K students, and 30 HR staff. And I think that to optimize our solution, you should deprioritize the student population because they are just too massive. And majority of the problem is faced from a top-down manner. So then this comes out to a first key question. How could Microsoft Copilot help to address these challenges university staffs are currently facing?
So we will look to address these key challenges based on through our recommendations. So firstly, looking through the lens of 3 of our key stakeholders, Anne, John, and Jane. Anne is a senior administrative assistant, John is a lecturer in the university, and Jane is a supervisor or manager.
we see that these key stakeholders are facing overwhelming workload and institutional constraints, underscoring the need for change. We can see firstly for Anne, she's overworked, she experiences burnout, she's been sacrificing her weekends and is struggling with work-life balance given her heavy workload on the administrative front. As for John, a lecturer in the university, he similarly is feeling overwhelmed at work, and concurrently he is also frustrated because he lacks the opportunities to innovate and innovate in his teaching methods and curriculum, which is particularly crucial in a university setting. And lastly, for Jane, as a manager, she is overseeing the burnt out educators as well as the administrative staff. And she faces high stress having to manage these tensions and conflicts, addressing the grievances, and at the same time, she struggles to advocate for her team due to the budget constraints. So we'll look through the pain points and the day-to-day inefficiencies faced by each key stakeholders by looking at their day-to-day activities, starting with Anne, an administrative assistant at Maple University. So in the morning, we can see that Anne is busy with handling backlogs of paperwork and emails. And she faces delays in the rest of her tasks due to the sheer volume that she has to work on. In the midday, she then has to provide direct support to students and staff in the faculty. And furthermore, there will be inefficiencies once again arising from having to multi-staff and also due to understaffing. In the afternoon, she will then have to coordinate meetings and events and has to face challenges such as last-minute changes, miscommunication. All these are just time-consuming and inefficient in her day-to-day work. And last but not least, in the evenings, she then has to engage in strategic planning and reporting. And once again, the inefficiencies are arising due to complex data gathering and the need to align with departmental and university goals. Now, my colleague will share a bit more about how Copilot will help these assistants to overcome the inefficiencies in their day-to-day.
So in this example, I'm the co-pilot and I'm here to help you improve this whole process. So in the morning, you don't have to wake up with the Monday blues anymore. You wake up knowing that you have Copilot with you. What do you do now? Here's a screenshot of how Outlook looks when it's powered by Copilot. You can see that you can easily automate emails by just putting a simple prompt here. All you have to do is say, let the team know we're going to use Shingles and send an email for that. And it's automatically generated. You see a draft ready for you and you can instantly send it out. So simple. Next up, we have the midday, and now you need to manage scheduling. Now, in the day and age we operate in, there is so much AI already available, built into Microsoft Teams, a software you already use that is with the same native Google Calendar app or the Microsoft Teams scheduling app. You are able to use an API or the scheduling to instantly schedule meetings. You're able to allocate resources. You're able to do all of this with the click of a button. Next up, you have all these meetings that you see on Excel over here, and you have maybe some manpower constraints. So over here you see that you have maybe about 8 slots left, 13 slots left in a single room. All you have to do is using natural language. Just say that, how can I best allocate the amount of manpower I have amongst all these 3 rooms? All of this is already built into Copilot. This is not emerging technology. This isn't something that's going to come out in 2 months' time. This is something we already have with Excel, and all you have to do with your existing Microsoft 365 plan is to just upgrade it $30 per user per year, and you're able to get all these features. Last but not least, some strategic planning. We understand that as an administrative assistant, you're not just doing manual work, you're also doing some strategy work. And for those reasons, based on the individual data that your company has. So you're no longer talking about something like ChatGPT, which uses public information. And if you put information into it, your information becomes public as well. What we're saying is that Microsoft prioritizes privacy and data security. This is going to be your specific information that you can reference, saying, draft a proposal from yesterday's meeting notes. Given the AI that we have, it is able to understand what you mean by yesterday, what you mean by our meeting notes, and based on that private data, able to help you do strategic planning. So here we have a very quick juxtaposition of how your work looked like before, very drab and very dull, and now we have Copilot.
Yeah, so now we move on to the pain points of our lecturers. So essentially at the end of the day, what we want the lecturers to do is to really focus their time and energy on educating, on creating content, on innovation to help to take students to the next level and help them to really integrate and thrive in the new age in society where there's AI, new emerging technologies. We don't want them to be always having to deal with the dreaded administrative tasks or even having to work on various other responsibilities on top of having to teach and focus on nurturing students. So we can see, for John, in the morning, he will first have to focus on preparing and delivering lectures and working on all these content updates. And then in the afternoon, he then has to work on grading, conducting research. So all of these are all just generally very manual processes, and all these having to gather data. It hinders innovation in teaching and curriculum development because he's so bogged down by how time-consuming these manual processes are. And in the afternoon, he would then have to hold office hours for student consultations. But because he's bogged down and he knows he has a whole to-do list that he has yet to complete, he's unable to focus his attention fully on the students. And last but not least, in the evenings, he would then have to work on classes, class preparation and planning for future classes. But concurrently, he also has to deal with the administrative work and various other kind of manual data entry work that he has to complete by the end of the day. So once again, he's unable to focus on really innovating and developing his content to better cater to students in today's day and age.
So don't worry, John, Copilot is here to help once again. So now in the morning, you no longer have to do all that manual process. Like I already explained, automation exists and Copilot is already built into what you're using. First of all, in terms of lecture prep, you no longer have to do what you find boring. You came to a university to teach. You came here to educate the next generation of students. You don't have to spend time responding to emails, trying to talk to the rest of the faculty, except when you want to, of course. So what you do now is that you have the same sort of built-in system, this automated system to reply to students, to reply to them in natural language, and all of that is automated. Once again, grading, like I explained, a very similar use case, but can also be automated. What you can see here is that we have some, this might be a similar example, but essentially what we're trying to do here is using the same natural language feature we have here to just try to take in the data and then do some sort of analysis on it. We'll cover this in the next example as well. So last but not least, very similar to the previous example, try and automate some administrative tasks. But here's where it gets really, really interesting. When we step into our last stakeholder, this is one, of course, a juxtaposition of the two. When we step into our last stakeholder, which is the management themselves, how do things differ for this group of people? We see that Jane Chan, who is a manager at Maple University, starts off her day doing daily stand-ups. And this is something maybe quite familiar to most of you here as well. You manage your team, and maybe you have to do some employee reviews. You want to see who are your underperformers. You want to see who are your ones who are your rock stars. Next up, what you have to do is you have to check this multitude of emails you get and talk to all these different people, looking familiar. We're getting a recurrent theme here. Number 3, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be managing the department budget and your overall strategy. Last but not least, you're going to be doing the worst part of being in university, being a manager, doing compliance reports and paperwork. But once again, with Copilot, things are radically different. The new thing we want to introduce here is the Copilot dashboard that is available with Viva. What this does is, at a snapshot, without having to set up any additional things on Tableau, Power BI, you're very easily able to see, for example, how much time your organization has saved. You're very easily able to see how much of your workforce is actually using Copilot right now. For example, over here, you can see a 20% reduction in meeting attendance per user per week. So these are very easy things that you can track, and as a manager, things that are especially important to you. You can also see, sorry, one second. You can also see over here that Copilot users had 72 meetings versus non-Copilot users had 86 meetings. So you can also go down into the granularity and see which users are using Copilot for their meetings and which users are not. So this is going to come especially relevant at a later stage when we talk about change management. Over here, once again, we have the summaries of threads. The feature I really want to highlight here is that sometimes your the team that's working under you is going to CC you in a lot of different threads, and you're going to have a long email thread. Do you really want to read that whole thing? You probably don't. All you have to do is ask them to summarize that whole email thread, and that whole email, that the juxt of it is summarized for you. All you have to then give is a natural language prompt saying that, hey, tell them all of this looks fine, and it's able to do that for you. Once again, budget can be visualized. The good thing about this that I want to highlight now is that even if, now imagine you have the budget here right now, you can ask it to give you insights. So you can actually say that depending on the last 5 years of budgets, what insights can you give me? So that era of predictive analytics is something you can now leverage. And as a manager, we think that's something valuable to you. You see a recurring theme, maybe food and beverage expenses getting higher and higher, and that's something Copilot can pick up for you. So you no longer have to spend as much time doing that manual work. Last but not least, of course, automated report generation that we kind of already explained, and I think you get the gist of. So once again, a quick juxtaposition of how things were like before and after. Now I'm sure you're very, very excited about all the things Copilot can bring for you, but here's how Microsoft and HR working together can actually implement all of these things. Some of you who are familiar with training might be, especially privy to this, but we were inspired by Kotter's change management for this. And we have sort of simplified it slightly, going into awareness, training, implementation, and reinforcement. What we believe is really important at the awareness stage is, first of all, communicating the need. We understand that if you choose to go with us with Copilot, you're going to have to tell Maple University and the rest of their staff that, hey, we're going with Copilot, we're going to envision certain things. We have a clear vision that we want to have for all of you. And the biggest thing that we want to reiterate to all of you is, this is not going to be HR versus the rest of the staff. This is going to be HR. We're going to find some early champions, preferably champions in every single department, so that you have internal staff who is also advocating for this change. And with that, we're going to move on to training. So we're very happy to report that when you just sign up with us for $30 a year, we actually provide you with a ton of free resources. We understand that Microsoft Copilot might be a bit intimidating to use, which is why we have Microsoft Suite, we have free training, and we also have free training tools for trainers themselves. So all of that is free, it's online, extremely scalable. I'm sure you, as HR, you have done other forms of training, for example, consent, things like diversity, inclusion. So this is going to be another platform, something familiar to your team that they can adopt. Next up, of course, previously, thank you. We also believe that it's really important to have some hands-on experience in this whole process. So we also advocate for some hands-on learning and workshops so that you really see how your team is interacting. We understand that there is a way you're supposed to use Copilot, but in actuality, your teams might be using it in a different way. So we do advocate for some workshops, hands-on learning, so you can actually see how your team uses it. Last but not least, of course, we want to ask HR to have ongoing support, because this can be a continual process. Some people are going to be fast adopters, some people are going to be slow adopters. Now third, what we believe that HR should really lead is pilot projects within each department. So let's try to find a team or a specific project, a mini project of sorts, within each department. So for example, the Faculty of Arts and Sciences. Let's try to find one rockstar team that we believe can implement technology. They seem more tech savvy, maybe they're more young, maybe they're more excited. Let's find that pilot project so that everyone can have someone to refer to. They can have a reference frame. And then let's roll out Copilot in phases of increasing complexity. Certain things in Copilot, we admit, are a bit more complex, but certain things like using emails and asking someone to say, draft an email for me, are extremely simple. So let's start with simple and then we go to complex. Last but not least, of course, we understand that you might have some feedback about Copilot, which is why we'll always be in contact with your HR to find out how we can improve. Last but not least, it's really about reinforcing all these things that we want to have. It's about celebrating those small wins. So every time a member uses Copilot, every time you get maybe 80% adoption, 90% adoption, let's celebrate those things. And let's have some friendly rivalry. Let's see which faculty maybe gets to Copilot first and which gets to Copilot last. And last but not least, if there seems to be organic demand for new workflows, if a lecturer who's especially intelligent, especially creative, comes up with a new workflow, let's reward those things and proactively adopt workflows. So I'm sure you have been very impressed and happy with Microsoft, and let us reiterate what are the impacts of this with our financials.
Sure. So before we dive into the impact, let us look at how it looked like in the immediate next steps. So we'll first begin our preparations in the first quarter and second quarter of the year, followed by a pilot test, and then launching the full Copilot implementation in the coming year. And for risk and mitigations, we can see that there are several job displacement concerns that might arise amongst the staff. But don't worry about that, because we can enforce an open communication and transparent policy to ensure that the fears are allayed and no one is going to lose their job. Happy to discuss the risks and mitigations in the Q&A as well. With that, we expect that you guys will incur about $800,000 in the first year, primarily driven by the subscription costs as well as the HR change management. We're looking to achieve a net cost savings of 13 million Canadian dollars by 2024E and reaching a 100% AI adoption rate by 2025E. And this is how we look at it. We look at the percentage utilization, meaning how much percentage saved
can be achieved in the first year, which is 20%. We grow that by 20% incrementally by the year, backed by our Microsoft findings that we've had from our previous clientele. Afterwards, we then multiply it by the headcount and the adoption rate of each different personnel, as you can see on the screen, by 30, 80, and 100%, achieving 100% by 2025, as mentioned earlier on. And with that, you guys came to us with two main concerns. How can Copilot help you guys integrate, reduce resource constraints, and improve well-being? And also, how can HR come in and play a role in ensure maximum AI adoption? And we have provided several case studies for you to consider, as well as a comprehensive HR solution to ensure maximum AI adoption, allowing Maple University to soar to greater heights with Copilot. Thank you.
Presentation is up. Thank you so much. We'll start the Q&A now. It will be 10 minutes long.
Well, great job. Where would you start first? You have so many great proposals on the table. You have so many great directions that you like to go. We saw multiple slides of very positive achievements that could impact the business of Maple University. Which one would you prioritize first and why?
Cool. So maybe I'll take a stab at that. So first things first, we think that the managers need to be the ones who push this. First of all, the managers are the ones who have the closest links to the board of directors on top. So they are the ones who can really understand what is the vision of for Maple University, and why they're going in the direction they are going. Apart from that, we think it should next go to the executive assistants. Based on all the research we have seen, we think this group of people are the ones who are the most bogged down by work. These are the people who really have a lot of work that they can automate. And we think that they should be the second group. And the reason why we also believe they should be the second group is because their KPIs are directly tied to maybe how much work they're doing, how much work they can automate. Last is going to be the lecturers, because ultimately it's going to be really hard to try to automate some of the more creative work. It's going to be hard to automate some of the more interpersonal relationships that lecturers need to have with students. So we believe that the biggest benefits are going to be coming to the managers and the executive assistants. So we want to go for these two first.
Thank you.
Which, if I could ask, which of the pain points that you guys talked about you think Copilot would have the biggest impact on, in your opinion?
Yeah, definitely. I think the pain point is really the amount of overwork, right? Because as we can see in the case, and also as we understand the university staff in Canadian universities, they are really bogged down in a lot of work. So just to take the example of a lecturer, not only do they need to prepare creative lecture material, they also need to juggle between these and also some administrative work. So we believe that you as a lecturer, your key goal is really to educate the next generation of the next generation. So we want to use Copilot to automate these processes so as to save time for them, so that they are able to focus on what they are good at. So I think this is what Copilot really brings to us, which is automation, efficiency, and productivity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And at the beginning, you were mentioning that one of the let's call them risks is or pain points, difficulty adopting tech.
Yep.
In our industry,
Yep.
we are known for that. So how would you recommend we tackle that aspect, and how can your product, how could we adopt your product in an efficient manner?
Yeah, definitely. I think my colleague would add on. I think first of all, we as Microsoft, we are always here to help. So we have all these free materials, such as training material. We also have the support stuff to help you with anything you are not familiar with. So for some simple features, I believe that universities can definitely pick it up. For the difficult ones, we can offer these training materials so that you can look at them, see how they can be used, and even pilot them so that you can try out these in a small groups first before expanding to the entire university. And if you have a problem, definitely come to Microsoft staff, and we are happy to help solve these issues.
Yep, and to maybe add on to that a little bit. We actually think there is more hope we can have for our work stuff. ChatGPT, which came out in November 2023, 2022, I believe, 2023, yes. 2022, sorry, so my bad. When it came out, became the fastest growing app to achieve the level of user growth it had. And it was really driven because people saw the value that it had. What we say is that Microsoft and Copilot is going to be even easier for your work stuff because it already exists in your workflows. We're not talking about coming with a completely new product. You don't have to go to chat.openai.com anymore. You're already using Outlook. You're already using Microsoft Teams. You're already using Microsoft Word. All of these features are built into the app itself. You don't even have to leave Word. You don't have to leave PowerPoint. You don't have to leave Outlook. So we believe that the workflows are actually quite simple, quite integrated. You just have to know what these are. And we believe HR is empowered to do that. Apart from that, fundamentally, we believe that there's massive value to be gotten. And as long as there's that need, as long as there's that communicating that need, we believe that that can be done.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's 5 minutes left to Q&A. Good for everyone?
Yep.
Good.
Well, thank you so much,
Thank you so
Dragan.
much.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
judges.
Thank you very much.
This is what ends the Q&A period, so we'll ask everyone to leave so we can start the deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you
Good
so
luck.
much.
Good
Thank you so
luck.
much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.